Now, we're talking sports. It's time for the Saturday Sports Countdown with Brett Pritchard, Randy Lee, and Luke Robinson. Auburn, Alabama, around the SEC, and around the nation. This is the Saturday Sports Countdown. To be a part of the program, call 256-234-6221. Now, let's join Brett, Randy, and Luke for the Saturday Sports Countdown.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome into the Saturday Sports Countdown here, presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. We are at JR's today. I am Andy Graham, and he is Scott Hardy. We are the B team today, as Brett, Randy, and Luke are away doing their own thing. So you get a treat today with having Scott Hardy and myself. We'll talk about a lot of different things today. Of course, the NCAA softball tournament is underway. College baseball winding down, getting the end of the season, into the regular season anyway, moving into the conference tournaments. And then, of course, we'll have the selection for the NCAA baseball tournament as well. NBA playoffs in full swing. They're down to the conference finals. The Cavs are up 2-0. The Warriors and the Thunder are tied 1 apiece. Major League Baseball, of course, in full swing as well. About 40 some odd games into the season now. Things starting to take shape. We'll talk about some of the highlights of the season so far. One of those certainly not being the Atlanta Braves, as they are tied, I think, with the Twins with the worst record in baseball. Yesterday on Sports Call, Scott and I did that show together. We talked about some headlines that we don't expect to see, and some headlines we do expect to see in the upcoming 2016 season. Some odds makers numbers coming out on the season. Some of them put Auburn their win total at 7.5. We'll look up. I'm not sure what Alabama's is. I would imagine it's probably somewhere around 11.
9.5.
Really?
It was 9.5. Yeah, that's what.
Take it. So over under on Auburn at 7.5. Over under on Alabama at 9.5. Might be willing to wager some money on Alabama.
Georgia was 8.5. We'll get into that. There was some interesting.
That's some pretty good numbers. We'll talk about some other things, of course, as we move along in today's show. But if you've got something you'd like to talk about, by all means, you can give us a call. Phone lines are open. 256-234-6221. We'd be thrilled to have you join us on the show today, and love for you to be a part of it. But Scott, it is the weekend. How was your night last night? You doing okay this morning? You look okay. A little peaked, man.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. We had a couple graduation parties last night, and now we're ready to rock and roll again this morning.
Graduation from high school?
We had one from, I don't know actually where one of the graduates was from, but the other was a pharmacy school, so from Auburn, so War Eagle to her.
Absolutely. That's quite an accomplishment. Pharmacy school, not easy to get into. Yeah. That's definitely an accomplishment. Yeah, graduation time always a fun time of year. Yesterday was May 20th. That would have made 22 years since I graduated high school to the day yesterday.
Wow, Andrew, I'm coming up on my 10 year this year, so we're getting prepared for that, and that's been kind of an interesting process too, because there's been a lot of people trying to get involved, and people I forgot that I graduated with, and I thought I knew most of my people that were in my graduating class, and started seeing people on like the group thing on Facebook. I'm like, man, I don't remember.
Yeah, I get some of that too. I went to high school with that guy. That's odd, but the 10-year reunions are always interesting. Graduation always, that's a big moment in life. Congratulations to all the graduates out there. I guess Benjamin Russell next Friday, right? So that's a little late. I say, Silicaga maybe had already graduated.
I think most of them will have taken place by like Tuesday, I think, and then we'll have ours on Friday.
I guess Auburn's already graduated as well. So, that's well, I did. I mean, obviously Auburn University. I went to the spring commencement, but Auburn High School as well. But again, a lot going on today. We'll kind of start off as we mentioned, and we started off the show yesterday. Auburn defeated Jacksonville State in a thriller. Really, it got a little too close for comfort. Jacksonville State scored first in the first inning, but Auburn was able to battle back and tie the game. It was 1-1 going to the seventh inning. Auburn got a couple of ladies hit. I think Tiffany Howard was hit, Emily Carasoni was hit, and got runners on. Ended up with bases loaded and one out. And Casey Cooper at the plate, I think, or bases loaded, no outs. And Casey Cooper at the plate, she gets owned by a fielder's choice, but Victoria Draper out at the plate, and then Carly Wallace with a sac fly to get Auburn the win. And Rachel Walters came in and pitched 4 2/3 innings and really was brilliant. She one of her best performances of the entire year. She struck out 10 batters. I mean, came in with runners on second, third, and one out, and struck out the side, and then went on proceeded to throw a one-hitter for the rest of the game with 10 strikeouts, like I said. So she was fabulous, and Auburn got it done. They'll take on USC Upstate today as they beat Oregon State 5-2 in the first game yesterday. Auburn and Upstate, we'll see what happens in that game. I would expect Kaylee Carlson to get the start for Auburn. Then Oregon State and Jacksonville State later in the day at 4 o'clock. Of course, the winner of the winner's bracket will have the rest of the day off. The loser of that winner's bracket game will take on the winner of the loser's bracket game, and then you'll move on to Sunday. We'll see whoever you'd have to either beat whoever is the winner's bracket twice. Hopefully that'll be Auburn. They won't have to play but 3 games. We'll see. This is all about, I said it's Al Davis. Just win, baby.
Did all of the SEC teams,
all
of them hosted? But it did.
No. Ole Miss had to go on the road. Texas A&M had to go on the road.
Okay.
Maybe South Carolina had to go on the road.
Okay.
But yeah, 11 SEC teams made the NCAA tournament. And all but one yesterday, although 2 were, I don't know. I guess Tennessee got postponed because they didn't play. I don't think it would be scheduled. But in Kentucky got to the top of the second and it got postponed. So they're actually up 2-0, but that game will resume today. And it just goes to show you, like a team like Florida State, who Auburn played earlier this year, split a doubleheader with them. They played Florida A&M, who is, much, like Jacksonville State to them down there in the state of Florida. Florida State won 1-0. There was 1 hit in the entire game.
Great. 1
hit in the entire game. And that was Florida State. So that's kind of what you run into. Everybody's got a good pitcher, and things can get interesting because if you're a high seed, you're going to see that good pitcher, and that's kind of women's softball.
Well, and that's the thing too. But with softball, though, if you do have that dominant pitcher, and I'm kind of looking at some of the numbers with USC, Upstate, and Auburn definitely has the advantage on the hitting side. But from just you looking at some of the earned runs and the home runs given up, they're actually pretty good on the pitching side. So it's going to be interesting to see that matchup. But the way that Auburn's been playing, especially after coming back those 2 terrible series with, I guess it was Tennessee. No, who was it? Tennessee and Texas A&M. Texas A&M, yes, those 2 terrible weekends, but come right after that to be able to win the SEC tournament. I think they're playing the way that everyone knows they're capable of, and I really think they have an opportunity to make a legitimate run at the World Series. Yeah,
I do too. I certainly hope that's the case. They have the talent to do so. It's all about, and it's like with anything else, any other sport, you need a break here or there. You need a call to go your way. Everybody has to have that lucky moment. So hopefully Auburn will be able to get that because they can get to Oklahoma City on talent alone probably. But, I don't know if you can win a national championship unless you have a little good fortune. The LSU wins 10-2 over LIU Brooklyn. Alabama defeated Samford 3-0. Ole Miss beat Tulsa 5-1. Texas A&M is the lone team from the SEC that did not win. They got beat by Texas 5-0. Georgia takes care of business over Maine 6-0. Florida, just hammers Alabama State 11-0 in 5 innings. South Carolina took care of South Florida 2-0. Missouri won 8-0 over Nebraska. And as I mentioned, Tennessee and Marist will play today, and Kentucky will finish their game against Butler today, as that one just got to the top of the second inning. So Some other games of interest, Michigan, of course, I think they were the number 2 seed.
Number 2.
They cruised with no problem, as I mentioned, that Florida State game as well. You pretty much see the big seeds taking care of business, and you expect that. Some possible matchups, of course, Florida and Georgia could see each other in the second round. Auburn and Tennessee could see each other again, and that's the one that everybody's pointed to and said, look, Tennessee handled Auburn very easily, really, up in Knoxville. Tennessee is outstanding at home, but this one will be in Auburn. And no Rainey Gaffin, at least not in this series. Maybe she comes back. She's healthy enough, but she hurt her wrist in the SEC tournament. So, what will happen there? Who knows? But Alabama possibly seeing the 11 seed Washington in a super regional. Kentucky could see Florida State. That would be, if they both make it, boy, that would be an outstanding series. If you got any thoughts on the NCAA women's softball tournament, which is a sport that really has become, it's really taken off. And I'm living proof of that because I watch it quite a bit.
The SEC network changed everything. I think.
Really did.
I know that nationally, softball is a big sport, but regionally, I don't think it was ever really focused on as much as it has been now. And because you have an opportunity to watch it all the time now, and you watch it tomorrow, everybody's going to be glued in tomorrow for the final for the regional. So it should be fun to watch, and I've become a fan as well.
Up against our first break here on the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown. Andy and Scott will be back with you on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Y'all are clear. Lake Martin, Sportsman's headquarters.
This segment of Sports Blitz is brought to you by Satterfield on Highway 280 in Alec City. Satterfield is the Lake Martin area's Big Green Egg and Accessories headquarters.
5 seconds. Y'all are live.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown. Andy and Scott here with you until noon today, live at JR Sports Bar and Grill in downtown Alexander City. Come on out if you're looking for a great lunch today. Great people, great atmosphere, and great food up here at JR Sports Bar and Grill in downtown Alexander City. We are talking about women's softball, talking about anything actually that you'd like to talk about today. A lot going on in the world of sports, a lot of different sports going on. It's springtime and this time of year. Of course, our eyes never stray too far from the college football season, as we'll talk about some of that and the predictions that the odds makers are putting out for the upcoming 2016 season. Scott mentioned 9.5 wins predicted for Alabama, 7.5 for Auburn. Which would you take, the over/under on those? We were talking about women's softball. Moving over to the, continuing with the college theme, though, college baseball, as the SEC tournament is, I guess, next week it'll get underway, coming to the end of the regular season, really today, I guess. LSU defeats Florida yesterday in a game that the first game was postponed or suspended due to rain. They played yesterday. LSU's, I think, won 10 straight. Now, Florida, of course, the number one team in the country, but you know how the SEC tournament works. The top 12 teams make it. Auburn was in the tournament. They're actually still in the tournament. The three bottom teams are Auburn, Arkansas, and Tennessee. Arkansas lost to Mississippi State 2 games, so they are now 8. They are now 7-22. Oddly enough, 7 wins for the Arkansas Razorbacks in conference. 3 of those against the Auburn Tigers.
I mean,
if not for Auburn, they have won 4 SEC games this year. That is atrocious. This team was in the College World Series last year, Scott.
Well, I mean, that shows you how fickle it is. I think baseball is a little different than softball, where the ups and downs aren't going to be that bad because most of your top teams have solidified themselves and they're going to be there. But with baseball, I mean, you have any injury that goes down, you can kind of compensate a little bit in softball. But if you have a pitcher that goes down or anything like that, it changes the whole scheme of the season. But Arkansas has been dreadful. But then to get pretty much 45% of the wins have come against Auburn lets you know how dreadful Auburn has been as well. And it's been tough. And you brought up some numbers for our current coach, Butch Thompson, what the records were when he was involved, if you can relay those.
Yeah, he was an assistant at Auburn during the Dirty Dick Slater regime. Tom Slater. It's a mechanism in my brain. Every time I say it, I just have to go back to Dirty Dick Slater, the former wrestler. I have a sickness. I'm sorry. But 2006, 2007, 2008, Butch Thompson was an assistant on his staff. He was there for 4 years. I think he actually was there from 05 to 08. But anyway, in 2006, Auburn was 9-21 in the conference. 2007, Auburn was 10-20. 2008, we were 11-19. So this year, chances are we're going to be 8-22. So that's 8, 9, 10, and 11 wins in 4 years of Butch Thompson be associated with Auburn. I'm not sure. I mean, he wasn't the head coach; he was just a pitching coach. And I'm not making any. I think Butch is a good guy. I think he's a really good guy. I think eventually he probably does a really good job at Auburn. But the fact is, since when he's connected with Auburn, we've been horrendous.
And I was looking at some of what Bruce Pearl is going to have to accomplish, I think, for him to be able to think that it was a success here, and what Butch would have to do. Who has the longer timetable, you think, to get it corrected?
That's probably a good question. I think the leash is pretty long on both, to be quite honest. Who is it longer? Probably Butch right now, just for the simple fact that he's 2 years behind Bruce Pearl. I mean, he came in, not even having a fall ball. So he's, way behind at least the starting gate there. Bruce Pearl is 2 years into this. He has recruited extremely well, better than we've seen in, forever. You can obviously tell that he really, really believes in Daniel Purifoy and Mustafa Heron, who are coming in, thinking those. I've heard it said that, that it's been said by people that would know that those are going to be two of the best players that have been played at Auburn in a long, long time. So you would think maybe something's going to turn around this year, and you would hope that it does. But even a 500 record in the SEC is, we'll throw a party.
For baseball?
For basketball.
If we were 500 with baseball, I'd feel pretty good right now. But
500. That's sad, and that's the saddest part, I guess.
But yeah, I actually think that we're an opportunity where with basketball. I think that the same way it happened with Alabama with Saban, it forced Auburn. Now, granted, Bruce Pearl was hired before, but I think that basketball is going to become a focus because Alabama made it a focus by hiring somebody like Avery Johnson. So I think that Auburn has to compete on the same level, at least from a perception standpoint. So and you go to the finals in Birmingham, and there's some tremendous talent here in state, and the key is keeping them here. And we talk about that all the time, but we're not going to probably get the link versus going to Michigan State or anything like that. But you have some guys who are middle tier players that could definitely provide some depth, if nothing else, for a team like Auburn. And you see what Alabama's doing, but I'm with you. Bruce Pearl's doing a fantastic job of recruiting, and he's changed the perception of Auburn just being a football school. I think that they're in the conversation, at least when a person is looking. Auburn isn't dismissed as quickly as they were before.
Absolutely. You've seen guys that had taken interest in Auburn that otherwise wouldn't even have sniffed us. Wouldn't even be on the radar. So that's progress within itself, even if the wins don't show it as of yet. Going back to the baseball, Tennessee did beat Georgia yesterday, so they are actually tied with Auburn now as far as record is concerned, 7-20, 8-21. So 8-22. What are we now? Yeah, 8-21. Auburn owns the tiebreaker over Tennessee. We actually won that series. So Tennessee, if they beat Georgia, well, basically what it comes down to, Auburn needs, if they win, they're in the SEC tournament. But if they lose to Vanderbilt today, then they're going to need a loss by Tennessee and Arkansas. Because Arkansas owes a tiebreaker over Auburn, so they'll need a loss. So we're basically rooting for a loss for Tennessee and Arkansas, for Auburn just to get in the SEC tournament. Alabama's there, although they've dropped the first two to South Carolina. Even if they get swept, they end up 500 in the season, and they're in comfortably. Whether they're in the NCAA tournament, who knows? We'll talk about that, and maybe talk about the futures of these two baseball programs in state when we come back. More Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown on the way right after this.
Y'all are clear. Y'all were live.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown here at JR Sports Bar and Grill in downtown Alexander City. Give us a call, 256-234-6221, if you'd like to be a part of the program today. Got any comments or about any of the things that we talk about, or if you'd like to bring up a new subject for us to talk about, by all means, give us a call. Andy and Scott here with you until 12 o'clock today on the Saturday Sports Countdown, talking about everything going on in the world of sports, sticking with college sports right now. We're talking about the SEC, the NCAA softball tournament underway, and the NCAA baseball regular season coming to a close this weekend. Auburn, of course, in Nashville, taking on the Commodores, who have been one of the best teams in college baseball here the last several years. Alabama dealing with South Carolina, who, of course, has been a tremendous baseball program for the last decade. Alabama losing the first two to South Carolina, Auburn losing the first two to Vanderbilt. This seems to be a common theme, and it has been for a while now. But as we were talking about, I think yesterday, I've talked to a lot of Alabama fans, and they feel like that it's, this is going to be Gaspar's last year in Tuscaloosa. I don't know if that's the case. He's done a mediocre job basically when Jim Wells was there, 20 years ago for that span that he was there. Alabama had some really good teams, went to the World Series a number of times, but it just has not been. They've been dealing a lot with the same kind of things Auburn has been dealing with the last 10 years, and while they're 15-14 this year so far, which is a far cry from what Auburn is. It's still just, they think that they just put a lot of money into the stadium, renovating it. So you just kind of expect a better product, I guess.
Yeah, and again, we were talking about it yesterday. Just from an SEC perspective, you're looking at it. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams in the top 10, and in the West, you have 4 teams, 2, 4, 6, 8, and A&M, Mississippi State, LSU, and Ole Miss, and it's going to be hard. Just looking at those teams, it's going to be hard for us to compete just based on the scholarship limitations that we have. You look at those teams, Florida lottery or something along those lines, LSU, Louisiana has it, Mississippi has it. So you're looking at the teams that were bordering Tennessee or Vanderbilt, rather, we're bordering, and all of those teams have an opportunity to go get the kids that are in state with us, and they're going to go to JUCO and then go ahead and leave and go pro after that, which is something like a Craig Kimbrell, which, obviously he should, but, those are the types of people that Auburn – why can't Auburn get those types of kids that are going to JUCO, and they would rather go to a JUCO than go to Auburn because they can't get the same amount of money compared to other teams.
Yeah, and you of course, you end up with a Hope Scholarship and in Georgia and different things in Louisiana, and you can have your school paid for and you can available. They can divide up the scholarship money a little bit better and divvy it out to a lot more players and a lot better players. You can get a better percentage at different SEC schools than you can at Auburn and Alabama. And it's just Jay Jacobs had an open letter a while back, and it was basically something. He just said something needs to be, this needs to be addressed, whether it's allowing baseball to offer more scholarships or try to, in some way level the playing field, because in this state, we're fighting an uphill battle, and that's for sure.
Is it 11? How many scholarships?
It's 11.7, I believe, in baseball.
And
you got a 40-man roster.
Yeah, so what do you do?
You have a slice of a scholarship. And now I believe it seemed like they changed the rules a little bit, that you have to have an equal portion. You can't slice it up quite like you used to could, I believe. But that's just kind of the nature of how things are now. But we were talking about Mitch Gaspard. Is this his last year? I don't know. You look at Butch Thompson. He just got hired. He comes into a situation where there is one redshirt sophomore and no true sophomores on the team. So to say that he's got a long leash, I think, would be an understatement. He's got at least 4 years to try to, revamp this lineup, and he's going to have to. And he's in a situation. What do? Do you go after those junior college guys? and end up in the same position 2 years down the road or 1 year down the road if they have a great season and leave, or try to get these freshmen that are going to be here, have to be here for 3 years. But there's a development period. So it's what do you do?
I think I'm a big proponent of the JUCO route, and now granted, if you have the depth to do that, now Auburn is lucky, but just to get some type of sustainable success, I think that you could go after those guys, and that gives them some time, and maybe recruit some younger guys to come in, and maybe that developmental process isn't as strenuous as it would normally have to be if you can get some other guys in. And we've had some success with some guys. Even we have somebody here in Central Alabama Community College goes on, and he plays at Auburn, and so there's an opportunity for that. But again, I don't like the rule though. If you go to JUCO, you can leave and go to the majors or into the draft after that. But if you go to a university, a 4-year school, then you have to stay at least 3, which I don't really necessarily agree with that. But anyway, but that's what we've got. It's just frustrating. I hate to even talk about it because there's so much talent, just even like in our portion of the state, and with Russell County, Lee County, Tallapoosa County. I mean, just those 3 counties alone, there's so much talent, and to see them all get away and never really get the opportunity to play for it, even if it is Alabama, you don't really just see that in-state talent like you see at other schools.
Although a kid from Dadeville is headed to Alabama, I believe.
Yes, now we do have some people
and,
that Zach Rogers.
Yeah,
so that is true.
Going to Alabama, so I don't know why they can't
what
end
are we
up
doing?
something. I don't know why that pipeline got sparked, but I don't know. I've heard somebody was telling me, I can't remember the name. What's the guy, kid from Dale? Do you remember? But I said he may not ever wear crimson because he may be a high draft pick.
Oh, he's stud now. So I can't believe I'm forgetting what his name is now. But
I'm sure somebody will text you.
Yeah, well, Michael in the back, if you can send me the name,
the information. Yeah. We'll kind of start talking about this again, staying with the college ranks. We'll move over into the professional a little bit in the second hour. But going to college football, thinking about this, we were talking about it yesterday. And trying to project out that's if you want, you can pull up those odds makers projections for the win total for the SEC teams. 7.5 for Auburn, 9.5 for Alabama. Do you feel comfortable taking the over or under for each of those? We had a pretty Cal Jones. I see it. It was right on. It was right there. I just
shout out to Michael Forney.
There you go. We had an interesting discussion. I'm not sure we still have. I'm not sure if we ever really clarified it like we should have. But there was a wager made about. It basically came down to, at least I thought it did. If Auburn goes 7-6 this year, the caller said that he thought Auburn wouldn't have the guts to fire. Basically, Gus Malzahn. They would bring him back, although they shouldn't. You said he's gone if he goes 7-6. Well, we'll talk about that when we come back. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown here at JR Sports Bar and Grill in downtown Alexander City. More to come right after this.
Y'all are clear. Yeah, we're live. Take it when you want it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown. Andy and Scott here with you until noon today. Taking your phone calls at 256-234-6221. Give us a call. Let us know what's on your mind this afternoon. We're running down what's going on in the world of sports. Of course, talking about the NCAA softball tournament as Auburn and Alabama take care of business, winning their first round game. They'll both play again today. Auburn taking on USC Upstate at 1:30. Alabama and California, I believe, today. I believe that's right. Not 100% sure, but I believe that's right. Not sure what time that game kicks off. We'll try to get that information for you as well. But all 11 teams in the SEC in action again today. Only Texas A&M losing out of the SEC. So Kentucky got to finish their first game as it was postponed by rain, and Tennessee didn't even get underway yesterday. So college baseball, again, underway as well. The regular season coming to an end today. Auburn looking for a loss by Arkansas and Tennessee. Tennessee playing Georgia at Georgia, and Arkansas at Mississippi State, needing both those teams to lose to make it into the SEC tournament. Whether they win or lose today against Vanderbilt, if Auburn could win today, that would ensure that they'll make the NCAA tournament in Hoover next week. Alabama comfortably in to the SEC tournament as they are 15-14 on the season in the league, 31-23 overall. Not a great season, but a decent season. Will they make the NCAA tournament? I think their RPI is about 41 or something like that. So if they could win today, it would help them, and certainly if they could win a game or two in the SEC tournament, that would go a long way. But they might be in either way. I'm not sure.
I bet they'll
think so.
I think they'll.
That's probably a good call. We were talking about it as we went to break. The odds makers in Vegas putting numbers on amount of wins for the SEC teams or teams around the country for the 2016 season. Talked about Auburn being put at 7, by some 7.5 at others. Alabama at 9.5. Said Tennessee at 10. Run down some of those numbers for us, Scott.
All right. Clemson with 10 wins, Oklahoma with 10, Florida State with 10, LSU 9.5, Ohio State 8.5.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good. You mentioned Tennessee with 10, Georgia 8.5, Ole Miss 7.5. Let's see. Here's a couple of Florida at 8 wins. I like that. I can take the over on Florida. Michigan 9.5. Man, there's about to be a change of the
They
guard.
got Ole Miss at 7.5.
Ole Miss 7.5. Georgia 8.5. Auburn at 7. Houston at 9. I kind of like that one too. Hopefully he goes 9. Maybe he goes 12-0 and just comes on over to the Plains after that. But anyway, those are some interesting numbers, and I will go ahead and look up. I wanted to look at that Tennessee schedule, like you said, because that's 10 wins for them. That seems.
People thought they were going to win 10 wins last year. Everybody had them pegged for the East title. It didn't happen. They choked against Oklahoma late, choked against Florida late, choked against Alabama late. So
they had their that's it.
Had a great chance.
Yeah, that's it. They're not winning 10 games. They may not win 8 games. I'm being dead serious. All right, they have Appalachian State. That's 1 game.
That's a win.
Virginia Tech.
And see that Virginia Tech played Ohio State tough last year. Now maybe it's a different Virginia Tech team. I'm not sure. The new coach.
Yeah.
That era is over.
Yeah. What's from Memphis? Is that who took that job? Fuentes?
Yeah.
Fuentes.
Is that who?
I think that's who took the job.
He took it. Yeah, he took some job.
Yeah,
probably.
Is our boy Leffler still the coordinator up there?
I hope not. For their sake.
That's we'll say 2 then. We'll go ahead and give them 2 wins.
Yeah,
Ohio 3 wins. Florida,
Where?
At home. The first 4 games were at home. They go on the road to Georgia.
They hadn't beaten Florida in how long? I mean, it's been a while. I don't see it happening again. So until they do it, you got to prove to me. I'm gonna say that's a loss. So what do we got? 4-1.
4-1.
Well, I got 3-1. Right?
3-1 at Georgia.
That's a loss.
3-2 at Texas A&M. Man, SEC's tricky.
I'm gonna say that's a win.
Okay, 4-2. Alabama. That's
Loss.
4-3. Well, there it is, right there. That's not 10 wins. Justin Fuente was the coach for Virginia Tech. So
there you go.
Michael's just bailing me all out in the back. I appreciate it.
Well, I mean, we're on it. We just have no confidence in our ability.
Let's see, Bama. So that's 4-3 at South Carolina. Boom, that's my one. They're losing at 4-4, right there.
You said they lose to South Carolina.
Yes, at South Carolina. They have Bama at home, so that could change it. But Tennessee Tech, so that's 5 wins. Kentucky, 6 wins. Missouri, 7 wins. At Vandy, 8. So 8-4.
I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, at best, 9.
Yeah, they maybe
best.
could beat, maybe they beat South Carolina. So that's 9 wins. So
I'm taking the under on Tennessee.
Yeah, so I don't see that happening at all. They have a good home schedule. They only go on the road out at South Carolina, A&M, Georgia, and Vandy. So they have some winnable games at home, I think, but they're not winning 10 games. So they represent the highest win total in the SEC, and I just can't see that happening. Bama at 9.5, LSU at 9.5. It's kind of I'd like the over for Bama. Chris McClure with the clutch there with the egg sandwich, but we I don't know. Clemson at 10. I like the over on that one.
Yeah, that's probably. I mean, you're playing in the ACC. That every year that's going to give you an opportunity probably to win 10 games as long as they're decent. But
I think I saw Miami yesterday was at 8.5. I think they were they were the same as Georgia. What's Georgia? 8.5. Yeah. So that's
how about pull up Georgia's schedule for 8.5 wins. For them, you got questions at quarterback. You got a Nick Chubb coming off a serious knee injury, although you have some backup there as well. But I don't know about their talent level as far as overall. They lost some players last year.
They open up the season with North Carolina. That'd be tough.
It's at
neutral.
Home.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's at the Georgia Dome. Excuse me.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's Georgia.
Well,
Dome.
it's basically a home.
Yeah.
Game
So
for them.
that
could be interesting. North Carolina losing their all-time leading passer. And you got the Chiz.
They got the Chiz. I'm riding with Chiz.
I mean, honestly, I think it's 50-50.
All right. We'll say, all right, give them, we'll come back. We'll say 1-0.
Hey, I'll give them the win.
Nicholls State, 2-0. At Missouri,
3-0.
At Ole Miss.
At Ole Miss. And that's, now wait a minute now. Ole Miss gets Alabama week 3. Isn't that right? At home?
You got me all. They have Alabama at home week 3, yes.
And so then they got Georgia the next week?
And Georgia the next week.
At home?
At home, yes.
Back to back. They're going to lose one of those.
Yeah, man, Ole Miss has a tough schedule. Good gosh. Florida State, Alabama, Georgia, at Arkansas, at LSU, Auburn, at A&M.
Yeah, the 7.5 makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, okay, now. They know. Vegas knows, man. Vegas knows.
Well, you would think they might have looked at the schedule.
Yeah.
Maybe that would have been good for us, but we'll try to do that. What a novel idea. The Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown continues right after this. Y'all. to the Sports Blitz, Saturday Sports Countdown here at JR Sports Bar and Grill in downtown Alexander City. We're taking your phone calls, 256-234-6221. One more segment in the first hour of today's show, running down NCAA softball, baseball, and talking about college football, the upcoming season. Never too early to start talking about college football. We were looking at some of the odds makers and their predictions for win totals in the SEC and around the country. But do you still have Ole Miss's schedule brought up?
We do, sir.
Well, we were going to look at Georgia. Let's finish out Georgia, and then we'll look at Ole Miss.
Right.
But
Georgia was 8.5.
And we had them. Wins. We had them.
They were 3-0. North Carolina was a win.
Yeah.
Nicholls State at Missouri was 3-0. So at Ole Miss.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that Ole Miss fine. I don't think they beat Alabama 3 games in a row. So I'm gonna say they actually win that game. So that's Georgia's first loss for me.
All right, 3-1. I think they'll be 4-0 going into that one. So going into Tennessee's next at home. Yeah.
Georgia's at Tennessee.
No, Georgia's at home against
Georgia's
Tennessee.
at home against. I don't think they tend to play Tennessee worse at home. It seemed like in my memory. So I'm gonna say that's back-to-back losses. Ole Miss and Tennessee.
Win 5-0.
I got 3-2. You got 5-0. Okay, so
at South Carolina.
That's a W right there.
All right, that's a W. God, I'm pulling for my boy Muschamp up there. That's 5-1 for me. 4-2 for you. No. Yeah. And we've got Florida. They got an off week, and then they play Florida.
I don't. Never pick Georgia in the Florida-Georgia matchup.
All right, so I
got them 4-3.
Florida with that one too. So I'll go 6-2 at Kentucky. That's a W. 7-2. And here comes the real one. The Auburn Tigers. W. I don't even have to look. That's my natural reaction.
Yeah. No, unfortunately, that's probably about right.
At home, we hadn't beaten Georgia in Georgia. We've only beat them twice in 10 years.
2005, the last time we beat them there.
Oh yeah, Rushmadu.
Right?
Yeah, with the Brandon Cox throw and I think that was the last time.
2007, 2009, 2011, 2013 was a home. Okay, that's
when we went. They started the new schedule.
That's right, because we went back to back. Mm-hmm. That's right. Okay. We have not.
So then, we're not going to again. So that's 8 no.
I've got them at 3 losses or 4 losses, right? 3 or 4.
You've had them at 4 losses. I have them at 3.
Okay.
So we've got Louisiana Lafayette and Georgia Tech. I think both of those are wins. So I'm going over. I have them.
I had them 8-4, right? You had them at
9-3. And so you got them at the under. They're 8.5. That's about what I went at 9. So we'll
I guess know. We're about.
Vegas is. How do they know? I know they're looking at the schedule, obviously, but they're so dead on all the time. No, every time. There's
a formula they use, I'm sure, that they kind of keep to themselves, I would imagine. But that's I'm sure they have inside information. They got their little feelers out all over the place. And look, we talked about this. A big part of it's come down to quarterback, like it does for every other team. But Jacob Eason, is he going to be? I think he's going to play this year. I don't know when. I don't know if he'll start the season. But if Georgia thinks they're going to win 9-10 games with Grayson Lambert, they are mistaken. That's not going to happen.
He's not a he's not a SEC quarterback.
He's not trash.
No, he's not trash. But
he's not.
Would he start at Auburn? No, they're different systems.
No,
so I
don't think he would.
So Jeremy could start over?
I believe he probably could.
Hey, there we go. We finally got you to pick somebody Jeremy could start over. But speaking of Ole Miss, though, going back to their schedule, open up with Florida State, and again, Ole Miss 7.5.
That game might determine Ole Miss's season. It's kind of crazy to say that first game of the year, but you lose that game, boy, you're fighting for the rest of the year trying to get it back, even though it's not a conference loss. So, that's an interesting, and it really, I don't know what Florida State's got coming back. Obviously they'll be talented, but you got Chad Kelly. You feel a little bit more comfortable maybe with Ole Miss, even though they lost some some big names into the draft, but I don't know. Which way do you go in that game? I'll take the opposite.
I'll take Ole Miss.
Okay, I'll take Florida State. So I get them open 0-1.
All right. Let's see. Wofford is 2, Alabama at home, and Georgia at home back to back.
So I say they lose to Alabama. They beat Georgia.
Yeah, and I had Ole Miss winning that one too. So they're 3-1. I think Alabama's gonna kill them. I think.
So I got them at 2-2.
Yeah, I'm 3-1. Memphis.
So I think that's a win. No Fuente, no quarterback.
So I've got them at 4 wins. You've got them at 3 wins. At Arkansas.
I'm gonna say it's a win.
I'm gonna go with the win too there. At LSU, that's a loss.
Negative.
Yeah, that's a loss. And Auburn.
I'm gonna say Auburn wins that one.
Well, I got them at 6 wins. And Georgia at home, we said, Georgia Southern, excuse me. That's a win.
That's a win.
At Texas A&M.
That could be hairy. But late in the season, Texas A&M probably swooning. So I'll give them a win.
At Vandy.
They better win.
Mississippi State at home.
That's a win.
So that's 8 wins or 9. You had them at 9 wins.
I think I had them at 4 losses, right?
8 wins, yeah. I have them at 8 wins. That's right. They got them at 7, so they hit the over.
We'd take the over on Ole Miss at 7-5. That's probably about right. I would think that just by, initial first impressions. But
I mean, there's 2. I mean, the SEC, we talk about it all the time, but good gracious, like that's a gauntlet. Just they start out with Florida State. They talk about the SEC not going out and scheduling anybody, but I mean, this opening weekend is probably the most. I think that nobody will be doing anything else but watching college football that weekend with the Auburn matchup, with the USC Alabama matchup, which I think is probably the one everybody's really probably nationally looking forward to watching the most. But then just you see this Ole Miss Florida State game. A lot of these games are going to determine the seasons of the season automatically in week 1. But if you're a team like Alabama, usually though, if you did lose that opening game, which I do think they're going to, I'm going with USC.
Scott.
Already. No, USC, we're bookending losses. They're going to win. They're going to lose to USC, and they'll lose.
No Cam Robinson.
No Cam Robinson. That
blindside the quarterback, whoever that might be.
I don't know. I feel good about USC, and then I'm going to say either Clemson. I think the Final Four is Clemson, Alabama,
USC.
No. There you go. No, they won't win but like 8 games, but that's going to be one of the 8 games they win. I got to find my text. I had a Final Four from yesterday that I already said, but I think Alabama loses the national championship game, so they're going to lose open and ending game, but Final Four again.
That's a bold prediction.
There you go.
We'll write that down. The Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown, into the first hour. We'll be back with hour number 2 here at JR Sports Bar and Grill in downtown Alexander City. Right after this.
Y'all are clear.
Segment of Sports Blitz is brought to you by Russell Do-It Center, offering a complete assortment of lumber, building materials, electrical, and plumbing supplies. Russell Do-It Center stores deliver first-class service, top-rate products, and competitive do-it-best pricing.
5 seconds. Y'all are live.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Saturday Sports Countdown here, presented by JR's Sports Bar and Grill. Andy and Scott here with you until noon today. Taking your phone calls at 256-234-6221, talking about everything going on in the world of sports. As we mentioned, Auburn taking on SC Upstate today at 1:30. Alabama taking on California at the same time at 1:30. So both games will be going on simultaneously. Hopefully both teams will be able to get a win in the winners bracket there and not have to play but one game on Sunday, and they can be able to take the regional and head on to so they'll both be hosting the super regional in the next round. That would certainly be ideal for both programs. Certainly the talent level of these two teams this year, both have the opportunity and the wherewithal to win the national championship, certainly to make their way to Oklahoma City. We were running down the schedules of some of the SEC teams. We looked at Georgia, Ole Miss, Tennessee. We're trying to the odds makers in Vegas putting a win total on the season. We'll go ahead and look at Auburn and Alabama to start out this second hour of today's show.
All right. Don't get mad at me out there, everybody. But anyway, we'll start with Auburn, and for this one we have 7 wins. We'll go with the 7.
With 7. You want the over under, right? So
you want the 7.5 or you want the 7?
Well, I think we better go with 7.
All right. Here we go. Clemson.
Got to be a win. No, it's a loss.
That's a loss. Arkansas State, that's a win.
Yes.
Texas A&M at home.
It's got to be a win.
I'm going win.
If it's not, then it's a 4 or 5 win seed.
LSU, that's a loss.
I'm going to say that's 50-50, but I'm going to give that's a loss.
All right. Don't say it's not 50-50.
I think it's 50-50.
All right.
I'm not as big on LSU as you are.
ULM, that's a win.
It's a win.
So right now through 5 games, we have Auburn 3-2. So that if they could come out of that 3-2, I actually would be okay with that. I feel pretty comfortable. At Mississippi State,
better be a win.
I'm going to say that's a loss.
We're going to lose to Mississippi State 3 years in a row, Scott. Take off your Auburn shirt and burn it.
If
we lose to Mississippi, I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying if we lose to State 3 years in a row, we just need to pack it up.
I think we're going to split the Mississippi schools. That's what I thought coming in, and so I think that's the one that we lose to. But
and I want to quote you here. Mississippi State this year,
they are trash.
Trash.
They are trash.
Trash is scattered abroad over Auburn.
They could go 5-7, and that one of those be an Auburn.
Irrelevant. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that's going to be bad.
Yeah,
that's going to be bad. That's why I'm saying it's a win.
All right, it's a win.
Trying to be positive.
All right, Arkansas coming off of a bye week.
Got to be a win.
That's a win. So you've got them at 5 wins. I've got them at 4 wins. At Ole Miss, I think is a victory.
I already said, I had that as a win.
Okay, so 6 for you.
That's being optimistic, I think. But
Vandy, that's
better be a win.
So you've got 7. I've got 6. At Georgia,
negative.
All right, negative. And we've got who's the game in between? Alabama A&M, that's a win.
Yep.
Then at Bama, negative. So
I can't say that will be a win. I hope it will be.
I hope it will
but
be.
But I can't predict that it will be.
So you have them at 8-4.
So I got them over.
You have them over, and I would just lose.
7.
Yeah, I would.
You would take the even. Huh?
Yeah,
even money.
I mean, that's about right. I think 7-5. We're in that realm of anywhere between 6 wins and 9 wins. It would be. I think 6 would be our floor. 9's probably our ceiling.
So I could get we could get to a bowl win and get to 9 wins for me.
Yeah.
And that would, it would make you feel a lot better about maybe moving forward. If we're 7-5 and lose a bowl game, and it's 7-6, that's when we get into the discussion of will Malzahn be back?
And that's where the topic of the wager with our caller from Sports Call came about. He basically said that that Auburn wouldn't fire Malzahn. He said he could go 7-5 and it wouldn't matter. They'd win even if he lost the bowl game. And I said, there's no way if they don't win 8 games, I can't see Malzahn staying there. Even if it is a bowl win, I still don't think because it could be coming off a disastrous loss against Alabama. You know what I'm saying? And then you have the bowl game, and there's nothing really you're going to be able to do to salvage that because it's not going to be that great of an opponent probably. We'll be going back to Birmingham, and so that'll be just as terrible as it could be. Did you go, Andy?
No. And, I was going to. I had seriously considered it, and I'm so glad I did not. Yeah. It ended up being a really good game for Auburn, but it was, who wants to go to Birmingham and to sit in Legion Field in the rain?
Yeah, that's the state of the program right now.
Well, who wants to go to Birmingham and sit in Legion Field in the sun?
Yeah, true that. But we've got to get UAB back on the map and say we're trying, But no, I just can't see more than 7 wins. And even if it is, again, I think he could skate by maybe if he goes 7-5. But the games that we're losing again are against, like, say, Georgia. Those are closer games, or Alabama. As long as we don't get killed, I think that he stays around. But that's a terrible mindset to have too. It's like, well, he didn't get blown out, so we'll keep him around. So it's tough all the way around.
That's a defeatist attitude. Yeah.
So
what's the best case scenario for Auburn?
I think the best,
absolute best, if everything goes right, the quarterback turns out to be, no matter who it is, great.
I think that a 10-2 season would be. Now, I said 9's our ceiling, but I think if everything just goes right, it goes the way it's supposed to, I see a 10 win probably, or maybe 9-3. They win a bowl game 10-3, something like that, and that'd be a success, I think, and that bode well, and that takes some pressure off of Malzahn. I think everybody could ease up a little bit, but
we've proven that our basements could be 3 wins. So
that's the thing. We won't go 3 wins, but we could. 5 could happen. You look at, like we were saying, Arkansas and Mississippi State, like those games we're saying should be
wins. If we're truly honest, Arkansas is 50-50.
I think most of them are 50-50.
Ole Miss is certainly, and that may be 40-60. Texas A&M's 50-50 at best. So, we're going to have some things go our way.
But what happened, man? It all went downhill with the disastrous. I guess with the quarterback play that we thought we had coming in, which makes you think it won't be Jeremy or Sean White. And I hate to say that. I'm not back on the Jeremy train yet, but he crushed my Auburn spirit there for a little bit. But JF3, I think,
he crushed my spirit too. Oh boy, we'll try to gather our spirits when we come back. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown here at JR Sports Bar and Grill, downtown Alexander City. Come out and join us.
Y'all are clear.
Ryan and his crew offer the latest lines of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram vehicles, as well as the best used inventory around. Guaranteed lowest price. Vice.
5 seconds. Y'all are live.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown here at JR Sports Bar and Grill. We're taking your phone calls at 256-234-6221. Andy and Scott here with you until noon today. Love to get your thoughts on anything going on in the world of sports. We're looking at the upcoming college football season. We talked a little bit about the NCAA softball tournament, the the NCAA baseball tournament, or the NCAA baseball season coming to an end, moving toward the SEC tournament. Hopefully, or Alabama in that tournament. Auburn trying to slide their way in, losing down the stretch here, getting swept by Mississippi State, losing the first two to Vanderbilt, but still could be a part of the SEC tournament just by default, as Tennessee and Arkansas, if they lose today, Auburn's in. If Auburn wins today, they're in. So an Auburn win or two losses by Tennessee and Arkansas will put Auburn in the SEC tournament. And we ran down Auburn's schedule as Vegas puts 7 wins as the prediction for the 2016 season. I said 8 wins. Scott said 7 wins for Auburn. So it's about right when you look at it realistically. Now, certainly good things could happen. You get a bounce here or there. The quarterback position turned. John Franklin III turns out to be Michael Vick in a college uniform. Then, hey, Auburn could win 10 games. We'll see.
Now, maybe that's okay. Now, that's probably not. Now, he's not going to be that, but I think that probably is a better suited way of comparing him to somebody who wasn't necessarily the best thrower, especially at that point in his career, but was freakish enough of an athlete that he could make you look silly enough. And it was a little, I think JF3 is he's a little more quicker, or he's more quicker than Nick Marshall, I think. So I think that's really, Nick was fast.
I don't know. I think Franklin may be straight line speed faster than Marshall. I don't know, but Marshall had just kind of a way of gliding about. I mean, you never really saw. I mean, he made quick decisions, and he was just, I don't know. He was an odd guy. I mean, he could run.
He ran that option the best anybody I think I've ever seen run, and that's the key. If the decision making is the key to the whole offense. So I mean, if if you're not athletic, obviously Sean White can't be out there running the option when he's not healthy. For one, they're knowing he's giving it off, so it doesn't help them. But if you've got just a smidget of ability to throw more than a screen pass, I think you could be successful in this offense if you run a 4.3 40.
Well, he's got some time to try to work it out, so hopefully he can get there. Alabama, on the other hand, don't know who their quarterback will be. They had 4 guys vying for it in the spring. I think from a lot of people that I talked to, maybe Jalen Hurts looked the best, at least had the most potential maybe for the future. I just cannot see him starting. And every time, and certainly I hope, it seems like every year that Nick Saban says, well, both quarterbacks are going to play. They'll narrow it down to 2, and then they'll say, both quarterbacks are going to play, and they will the first game. But those kind of things, they just seem to always work themselves out in Tuscaloosa. And I expect it to be much the same this year. I would find it difficult to believe that they'll start a freshman, but I think it'll either be Bateman or Barnett, but we'll see. There are some other names thrown in there as well, but let's take a look at Alabama's schedule. Vegas has them at 9.5 wins in 2016.
All right, they open up things,
which would be a big disappointment in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, if they go under 9.5, that's going to be.
If they go 9, that's
anything less than 10. See, I don't even want to talk about that. That's where we are. That's the difference in the programs right now. But anyway, USC, they start out at Jerry's World opening game. You say that.
I say 1-0. You say 0-1.
I'm going 0-1. You say 1-0. And we have Western Kentucky. That's a win.
It's 50. No, it's not. Yeah, that's a win.
Let's see. Ole Miss. At Ole Miss.
That's the big one, obviously. Have lost that game 2 years in a row. They get them in Oxford. That's going to be game day. Will be there. I don't have any doubt. It'll be. Hey, they may fly in Katy Perry. for this game. But I still just don't. It's hard. It's impossible for me to believe right now that they'll win 3 years in a row.
Nobody's beaten 3 years in a row.
Don't think so.
Yeah, so that's
probably not since Michigan State. I mean, if it's happened then, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't see that. So I'm going Alabama with a victory there too. So I have them at 3. You have them at 3-0. I have them at 2-1. They have Kentucky at home. W.
Yeah.
We have at Arkansas.
Nah, it's a W.
W. At Tennessee.
That could be interesting. It's Tennessee at some point in time is going to, that series goes in streaks. And it's been what? I don't know, 10 years since they beat Alabama.
They haven't beaten I don't think they've beat him since Saban's been there. Have they beat him since maybe his first year?
I
don't know, but I know not since 08. So that I know it had happened then. So it's been 10 years.
It's been a while. Yeah, so
it's going to keep going though.
I would imagine so.
Texas A&M at home.
Nah, they handle A&M pretty well.
Yeah, that's another win. So I have them at 7 wins. I have them at 7 wins. You have them at 8 wins. At LSU after an off week.
They could lose that one. I'll say that's the loss.
Okay, that's your loss. I'm going with the W there. Mississippi State at home win. Chattanooga win, and then Auburn win. So we have them at 11-1.
We're taking
terrible.
the over.
Yeah, I mean, who's not going to? You have to jump on that right
that's
now.
That's big money. Yeah,
I mean,
that's probably easy money.
I can't
95.
see it, but maybe
you just put that number out there to gain action.
Yeah, that's true. So now it'll be 10.5, and then it'll be 11. Like it all. 10.5 is probably a legitimate number for Alabama every year. I'd say 10.5. But maybe this year they're a little concerned about the quarterback position. Maybe they did lose a lot of talent on the defensive side. Offensive line is being replaced. So I mean, there's some potential problems that could arise for Alabama, but they do have the best coach in college football, and they have the best recruiting class every year. So any misfortune that could happen, they probably have somebody that's capable of replacing them. So that's a major difference there comparatively to some other teams.
Now, I will say this. I don't know who that guy was they had playing right tackle. I can't remember his name this past year, but he was not real good. And if that's the best they had to put out there at right tackle, if Robinson does not play, let's say he doesn't play for 3 games. Let's say he misses USC and Ole Miss. That could be a problem. And can you imagine Alabama opening the season 1-2?
Man,
if that happened, and maybe that's what Vegas is looking for. Maybe that's why where that 9.5 number comes from. They don't believe. They think they foresee maybe a 4-game suspension.
If Alabama goes 1-2, Luke Robinson may not be found to do this show for a while. I'll say that. He will not want to do this show for a while if Alabama starts 1-2. I will say that.
That would be, apocalyptic almost if that happened. At least if you look at the last several years. I'd love to take your phone call, 256-234-6221. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown on the way.
Yeah, we're clear.
All right, y'all are live. Take it when you want it.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown here at JR Sports Bar and Grill in downtown Alexander City. Looking for a great lunch as it is 11:30 a.m. No place better to be than JR Sports Bar and Grill. Get some great food, meet some great people, and have a great atmosphere here at JR Sports Bar and Grill. We're taking your phone calls at 256-234-6221, talking about everything going on in the world of sports. So we've been talking about college athletics for quite a bit of the program today. The NCAA softball tournament underway. Auburn and Alabama will get underway in about 2 hours from now. Auburn taking on USC Upstate and Alabama taking on California in the winners bracket of the Tuscaloosa and Auburn regional. The Auburn baseball season, or the NCAA SEC baseball season, coming to a close today. Moving on to the SEC tournament next weekend, or this upcoming weekend. So looking forward to that. Hopefully Auburn will be in there. If they can win today, they can certainly book their ticket. If not, they'll have to have a loss by Tennessee and Arkansas, Alabama comfortably in the SEC tournament. Scott, let's turn our attention a little bit to the professional ranks as the NBA playoffs underway. The Cavaliers up 2-0 on the Raptors. Pretty easy. 115 to 84 in game one, 108 to 89. The Warriors and the Thunder split. They're now 1-1 in that series. The Cavaliers will play tonight in Toronto at 7:30. The Warriors and the Thunder will play tomorrow at 7 o'clock there on TNT. So that one actually in Oklahoma City. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but, you know, Cleveland now has won 10 straight to start the playoffs. Only one of a handful of teams that ever been able to actually accomplish that feat. You know, is it the fact that the East is that bad, or is it the Cavs are playing at that high a level?
A little bit of both, especially their first round. There's really only about 4 legitimate teams in the East, and that was, I would probably say Toronto, Miami, Cleveland, and that's really, I mean, in my opinion, you have teams like the Hawks, and you have some other that are going to make they're 4 or 5 seed, but they're not a 4. They wouldn't make the playoffs. Their record wouldn't even equate to making the playoffs in the West. Like anything past the 5th seed wouldn't even have made the playoffs in the West. So it's a little bit of both, but right now I think it's 2 things. One, the East isn't that great, but 2, especially in this series, you're just looking at a team that has been a player that has been awoken, a sleeping giant in LeBron. And we talked a little bit about it when the MVP results came out. But when the best player in the world is not perceived to be the best player in the world anymore, then that can cause a little thing to happen. He finishes 3rd in the MVP ballot behind Kawhi Leonard and obviously Steph. It goes back to back. And if you're somebody like LeBron, you know that from a business perspective, it doesn't help you, or it doesn't bode well to have Steph to be perceived as the best player in the world. So now I think that he's doing everything he needs to do. One, if he brings a championship to Cleveland, he doesn't have to do anything else. I think that makes him the best. He's the greatest player of all time. He don't have to worry about Jordan, Kareem, Magic, anybody. If he brings a championship to Cleveland, I think, because then it'll start to continue. I think that'll just start a whole Cleveland rejuvenation of championship success. I'm telling, with LeBron, he'll be the savior. I'm telling, I really, because I think they can beat Oklahoma City.
Have you seen Believe Land?
I've watched it. I understand it. I have the ties. I'm trying to get them out of the abyss, but I think they actually can beat Oklahoma City. But again, that lineup against Golden State, the way that they could make Kevin Love have to be extended on the defensive on the perimeter. He isn't the best defender, and I don't think he can guard Draymond that well. It'll be tough for them to beat him, but just pure talent on talent, the series with Oklahoma City and Cleveland would probably be the better series. But everybody wants to see that rematch and see what will happen with a fully healthy Cleveland squad versus Golden State team.
Do you think it's I mean, you were talking about professional athletes and professional basketball. Let's say the Cavaliers sweep the Raptors. that means they've only played, 12 games. They've had more rest than anybody. Let's say the Warriors and the Thunders go 7. Is it better to have played a more difficult schedule, like, say, the Warriors, whoever comes out of that series? We assume it probably will be the Warriors, but or at least I do. Is it better to have been battle-tested coming out of the West, or to be rested and having played so few basketball and having the confidence of destroying these also rans that you've faced?
I go with the latter, which is what you're seeing now with the Raptors. Raptors coming off back-to-back 7-game series, and so they weren't going to beat the Cavs, but I thought it'd be a little more competitive. But you can tell they're tired. I mean, after an 82 grind season, then come in for basically a month of playoff games, and I mean when you have those 7-game series get tough, and that Heat series was some of the most entertaining of the East playoff series we've seen so far. But I would probably say just LeBron having that extra rest, because he put so much on his body. And, I mean, for him to be able to get another 8 days of rest would be phenomenal. But if you're Oklahoma City or Golden State and, you come in and you're Golden State and you win it, or you're Oklahoma City, you win it in 7, you had to win back-to-back games in 6 and 7 to do it. And so you're coming in hot, feeling that way. So I guess it could go both ways. But I'd rather be on the Cleveland side with the confidence knowing, okay, we've had time to rest. We get to see now. You get to watch those two teams. You get some more time to scout and prepare. So I think it only helps a team like Cleveland.
How do they do it in the NBA? I don't know. This is a question off the top of my head about who gets home field advantage. The best record?
Best record.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So Warriors, Thunder have record overall versus the Cavs? You know who had the better record?
I think the Cavs, because I think the Thunder actually were like I don't know. They
certainly didn't have as good a record as Spurs.
No, so they were like the 3 or 4 seed, I think, in the West. So it wouldn't matter. But maybe they may be right, though. We'll check on that, because I think the Cavs would have only been like a 3 seed in the East too. So they were very similar. But I don't think it would matter either way. I like Cleveland. If it's Oklahoma City, I like Cleveland in 6. If it's Golden State, I like Cleveland in 7.
You're going with the Cavs?
I'm going with the Cavs.
Taking it, okay.
Going with the Cavs.
Well, that's interesting. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit and break down the Warriors Thunder. Will it go 7? What we've seen so far, it's been a fun series. Been two really, been a close game and a blowout. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown when we come back right after this.
Y'all are clear. Y'all are live. Take it when you want it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown. Andy and Scott here with you for about 19 more minutes, taking your phone calls at 256-234-6221. And the phone calls have just been flowing in, Scott.
Yeah,
it's been a busy show. But we appreciate so much all of you out there tuning us in today, talking about everything going on in sports. When we left off in the last segment, we were talking about the NBA playoffs. And, of course, the Cavs look like they're going to put away the Raptors. It just doesn't seem like it's going to be much of a series. The Warriors and Thunder, however, it could be this one could go 6, maybe 7 games. It's an interesting phenomenon. The Warriors haven't lost back-to-back games all season long. Won 73 regular season games. They come in game 1 in Oakland, and the Thunder, Kevin Durant doesn't have a very good game. I mean, very poor shooting game. But Russell Westbrook plays extremely well, especially in the second half. The Warriors don't have a good shooting night, and the Thunder win 108-102. Garnett has a terrific game in game 2. Russell Westbrook does not have a very good game. The Warriors do come back and shoot the ball well, and it's nearly a 30-point win for the Warriors. So, I don't know what do the sort of the Thunder have to do? I mean, who needs to step up more, Garnett, or why do I keep saying Garnett, Durant or Westbrook?
I think Westbrook is probably, and I hate to say, because I think Durant is the better overall player between the two, but I don't think he's the most valuable. I think he's the best player on their team, but the most valuable person they have is Westbrook. And so a lot of the things that that Durant is able to do is based off of what is happening at the point guard position with Westbrook. Now, sometimes Westbrook can get a little shooter happy, and he can take some shots. And I mean, that's when they're not at their best. It's when he's shooting 35 times a game. He's 28 to 32 times a game, roughly 35 times a game. He's going to do that, and so they don't do well with that. If they're going to have a volume shooter, then Kevin Durant needs to be the person taking those shots. However, somebody that's attacking the goal and facilitating things, that's when the Thunder are playing their best. But defensively, they are slop. They are slop on the defensive side of the floor, and the Golden State Warriors take advantage of that. They saw what happened in the first game. Now, granted, Steph Curry had 7 turnovers in that first game. That's very uncharacteristic for him. Now, sometimes they get a little sloppy with their passing, and they as good as they are a passing team, and they do things the right way with extra pass, and they play beautiful basketball when they're on, especially on the perimeter. But they get a little sloppy, and so they come back game 2 and they're hitting. And that's the thing. They're not going to have 2 back-to-back games where they're terrible shooting. Clay or Steph can carry them from a shooting standpoint. So overall, if both teams were playing their best ball, I say this goes 7 games probably. I think this is a 7-game series, but I still like Golden State. They're not going to lose any more games at home, so they gave up that one. So that's it for them. So if everybody just holds suit going out, then Golden State wins.
Yeah, Golden State -7 in rebounds in game 1, +9 in rebounds in game 2. That's that's 16 different. It's amazing how we talked about this yesterday, but it's amazing how little tweaks here or there. And I guess this is what being a coach is all about. But you got to make some adjustments, and Steve Kerr did that. But like you said, really what it comes down to is the Warriors play better. They shot the ball better, a lot better from 3-point. I think they were 1 of 9 from 3-point in game 1, and that's just they had 14 points in a quarter. That's not who they are. Like you said, that's just probably not going to happen. But maybe hopefully that one game.
Yeah, and with them, similar to the situation with the Thunder, with Durant being their best player but not necessarily their most valuable, I think that goes the same way for the Warriors. I know he won the MVP, and LeBron maybe did have there was some truthfulness to what he was saying, but the most valuable person on their team to me is Draymond Green. I think that he does from the defensive side, he impacts everything. He's their go-to, and on the offensive side, when he can pull your bigs out like that only opens things up in the middle of the lane, which helps Steph come out and he can penetrate and dish and shoot or whatever he wants to do there. So I think that Draymond has probably been the most integral part of the success that they've had so far.
Cleveland in 6 or 7, no matter who they play.
Cleveland in 6, it's Oklahoma City. Cleveland in 7, if it's Golden State.
Telling you, they'll burn down the city if they win a championship.
I'll have to fly up there.
What is it, 50 years?
It's been 60 years.
54 Indians? Is that the last time?
Yeah. No, because I know the Cavs definitely have not.
No.
And the Browns, for gosh sake, has definitely not. So, yeah. But
great 30 for 30, though. Believe me, and I not from Cleveland, but watching and remembering those, getting your heart ripped out. It's like that's a birthright for Cleveland, getting your heart ripped out.
I mean, those terrible playoff losses, Jordan killing them. I mean, it's just it's tough. Even the Indians have had their chance to make a World Series appearance, and the Braves.
Of all people, the Braves step up and deny Cleveland a championship. I remember that Cleveland team very well. They were prolific, hitting. I mean, you talk about Kenny Lofton leading off, Albert Bell, Roberto Alomar, Sandy Alomar, and I mean, Jim Tone. I mean, they were just.
Oh man, I forgot about
one
Jim
right
Tone.
after the other.
Yeah.
They were Manny Ramirez. Wasn't Manny Ramirez?
I was about to say Manny, but I don't know if he was.
Great. I mean, they were so good. But Carlos Baerga, he made the final out.
Who were some of their pitch? I don't remember the pitching staff today.
Wow. Now, I am Chuck Nagy, maybe. Bartolo Colon, wasn't he?
Big fat.
Was he out there?
I don't know.
I think he maybe he was not on that team, but
he's been pitching 20 years now, so he's roughly around in that time. So
he was a youngster.
Yeah, man. The Braves. So that just Cleveland, but maybe not. Something will happen, like the lights will go out, and it'll be LeBron shooting a free throw, and the lights will go out, and something crazy happens. But yeah, I'm rooting for Cleveland in this one. I've seen Golden State win there. So
we were talking a little bit about Matt Harvey the other day. It just pitched great in the playoffs, of course, except the final game. I mean, went an inning too long in the playoffs or in the World Series, I guess it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But he's 3-6 with a 5.77 ERA. He got booed off the mound on Thursday against the Nationals, as the Nationals beat them 9-1. Steven Strasburg, by the way, 7-0 now in that one. But, obviously the Cubs, best record in baseball, but the Nationals look good. The White Sox look good. The Giants look pretty good. Red Sox and Orioles looking pretty good. But, for a guy like Harvey, did he come back or coming back off Tommy John surgery? I mean, what's too much? I mean, how do you, I hope they didn't ruin him. That's what I'm hoping. I guess I'm saying.
Our producer, Michael Forehand, is a huge Matt Harvey fan. He's had him his entire career from a fantasy standpoint. And when Batman, that's his nickname, when he was on it, and he was really before the Tommy John, I thought he was going to be the greatest pitcher of all time. I thought he really legitimately was at least going to be Pedro-esque.
He was Jake Arrieta before Jake was Jake Arrieta.
Yeah, that's true. He was really so dominant. The K9 was there. He was sitting the top 98, 99 every game. And then boom, the Tommy John happens. And I'm not going to say he came back, but they fiddled with him too much. Like they would try to, they want to keep him resting and skip the starts and that type of thing. But I'd rather you go ahead and have your regular scheduled day, and maybe they shut the season down later in the year, but they were going for a playoff run. So then what do you do there? So it was kind of weird on how they wanted to handle it. But if he's healthy, that Mets team, if they could just get a couple more bats, I don't see who could really legitimately beat them the way that Steven Matz and Thor with Syndergaard and Matt Harvey, and they have one more, and Bartolo too right there. But no, they've got a stellar in DeGrom. That's the other pitcher there. So the Mets probably have the best pitching staff pound for pound when everybody's healthy, followed by probably the Nationals, because it's that Scherzer Strasburg 1-2 combo plus Gio Gonzalez, like that. That's a very, very, very tough combo to have.
Jake Arrieta 7-0, 1.29 ERA. John Lester, 4-2, 1.88 ERA. Jason Hamill, 5-1, 2.31 ERA.
I get what you're
Three
saying.
of the top 10 pitchers ERA in the Major League Baseball, all on the Cubs staff.
Well, let me tell you about it. Now, I'll give you Arrieta. All right, but Jason Hamill, he's a pre-All-Star guy. So after the All-Star break, he'll falter back down to his normal. His numbers will flatten out. He's a good first-half guy. John Lester, I think he's injured, a pitch away from probably something happening with him. They're saying he's had bone spurs and stuff in his elbow, and they never did anything about it last season. But
It's tough. Yeah.
he is. I like it, but I'm a huge fan of Theo Epstein, and I like if he's able to do it with the Cubs, he has to go down as probably of all of sports.
You want to talk
probably.
about somebody that needs to quit. If the Cubs win a World Series, Theo Epstein is officially the greatest sports executive in the history of the world.
He did it with
And
the
there's
Red
no
Sox
question
and the
about
Cubs. Like that
There's
would be,
no question about it.
Yeah. And
I mean,
he built
you-
it perfectly.
You take two of the greatest curses ever, and you win. I mean, you build them into World Series. I don't even know what to compare it to.
Well, the positive thing is for them with the Cubs, with the Red Sox, I think the way that team was built. Now they did win a couple of World Series in about 5 years, so that they did. But that was a team that was going to be built for that time period. This Cubs team's so young. The hitters that they have in their minor leagues, whether it be Chris Bryant, Jorge Soler, Schwarber, even though he got injured, Javier Baez, Addison Russell, war to him. Like they've got so many players, and then coming up through the minors as well, and then including that pitching staff with Arrieta at the top. They're going to be tough to
If
beat.
the Cubs win a World Series, then if I was the Cleveland Indians, I would fill in a check to Theo Epstein and say everything but the amount, and I would say just whatever.
He's
Just
worth it.
name it,
He's worth it.
and
And he didn't do it like Billy Bean, and I'm a big fan of how Billy Bean did with Moneyball. I like how he built that. But what he's done is he went to teams that obviously had the market. He's been at teams where they had the market to go out and buy some players too, but they didn't. He's developed this team with the Cubs. With the Red Sox, they kind of bought that team. This team right here was strictly through the minors, great acquisitions, international signees, and great free agency pickups. They've done a great job. Anthony Rizzo too at first. I mean, we forgot that whole team's
yeah, top to bottom. A new poll by the Washington Post says that 90% of Native Americans are not offended by the Washington Redskins nickname. Can we eliminate it as a conversation piece, or is it still a problem?
I mean, yes, the 10%.
90%. I mean, if it was
10%,
if it was anything, I mean, but 90%.
how many people? See, you got to know. You got to. I mean,
504 people.
well, yeah.
And on reservations and not.
I mean, I don't know the correct way for me to respond to this. So I'm trying to be as careful as possible. But I think it's one of those things where it's kind of like out of sight, out of mind, and nobody really is thinking about it until it's brought up, and then it's made a national story. But it would, from a PR standpoint, if Washington Redskins decided to not go with that, it probably wouldn't be the worst thing from an NFL standpoint if they did come out and just support that. But as a whole, I don't think it's really that big of a deal. It's just a conversation piece for the media.
It always seems to me that white people are the ones championing this cause. Native Americans are like,
We need to take a break.
What are you doing? Up against a break. I guess we'll go ahead and take the final one here. We might be back. We might not. I don't know. What do you say, Scott?
I think this might be. Is this it? It's 11:55, so this could be it for us.
Okay. If not, we'll be back. If not, I hope you have a great day.
Continue?
I guess we're gonna go to 12 o'clock. What? So in the back. So we're gonna keep going.
Yeah.
All right, we'll keep it going.
Let's just keep going, man.
Let's keep going.
I think it's only about a minute or two more anyway. Right?
Yeah, but we'll keep it going.
Pro Bowl moving to Orlando. Here's how Delta I am. I thought it was still in Hawaii. I don't think it's been in Hawaii since like 2012.
Where was it last year?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought it was in Hawaii too. So I didn't.
It was
know.
in Glendale, Arizona last year.
Oh, well, yeah, I didn't know that. So
I've never seen a Pro Bowl.
I don't care about it because they don't play like it's not
You can't
real.
fake football.
Yeah,
You can fake basketball. You can fake baseball, but you cannot fake football.
And so you can tell it too. Like it's bad, and you don't want to get anybody injured or anything like that in that. So I actually think you could maybe do away with it, or maybe do like another type of exhibition or something. But football is hard to have an exhibition. Like they put 16-game season already plus the playoffs, so you don't want to do too much more damage, including all the stuff they do in the off season. But anyway, Andy, we've had a fun.
It's been a fun show.
I've enjoyed it.
I have thoroughly enjoyed it, as I always do. Anything? I mean, again, Auburn and Alabama play at 1:30 today. Auburn taking on USC Upstate. Alabama taking on California. The winners bracket of the NCAA softball regional. Auburn taking on Vanderbilt today at 2:00. Alabama taking on South Carolina in the final game of those series. Both 0-2 so far this weekend. But both Alabama in the SEC tournament, Auburn desperately trying to make it there as well. Like you said, NBA playoffs, you said you like certainly Cleveland tonight. Who wins game 3 of the Warriors Thunder?
Golden State.
Golden State wins on the road, wins back home field advantage.
They'll win back. I think they split, which is basically all you want to do anyway. If they split in Oklahoma City, they'll be back in 5, 6, 7. They'll rotate. But for game 3, I'm going Golden State.
I like that game. I like that probably as well. I just think Golden State's the better. Unless they come out and it's a very, very cold shooting night for the Warriors. But I expect them to go on and win that series, and I expect them to win back-to-back NBA championships.
Well,
against your Cleveland Cavaliers.
Cavs versus Warriors. So we'll go ahead and do it, because this might be the last time we have this show together for a while. So
they probably won't let us do it again. I think it will be a conspiracy. I said the B team, but I think we both know that's not true.
Yeah, do we even have letters? We're just the team.
The team. I think that's probably the best way to do it. I don't know. Let's you want to just go ahead and close the show out?
I think so, Andy.
It's probably a good idea. We appreciate so much all of you out there joining us today. The Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown here at JR Sports Bar and Grill. If you're looking for a great lunch, I'm about to have one here at JR's. Love for you to do the same. So long, everybody. We'll talk again soon.